Okay, then we should be live now. All right. I'm just throwing the stream up because if I don't keep working on this project whenever I can, I'm not going to get it done. I'm on a deadline before I have to leave uh here. So, let's give it a few moments to see how long until the stream actually gets a few people. But today's job is going to be basically oh, I forgot it does that. Hold on. I have to adjust the stream settings on. Yep, there we go. Okay. Hey, Sad Mac. Yeah, the last several days have been very hectic. I just decided, you know what? I'm not doing anything right now. I can throw the stream up. I actually got a haircut today, the first real one in ages. I hate how much of a recluse I've become since the pandemic, and it's something I'm actively working to fix, but okay, so there's a couple of things I want to do today. I was like, let me just install Rust. Like, if I want to install Rust, I'm assuming that I can just use Rust up on the Pi and it will, do the right thing. I've never tried. I assume there's a 32-bit installer. I'm also going to assume that this is presumably going to be very slow. So I've had this running on the MacBook Pro. It's captured about if it's I did some work on it between streams. Yeah, that's fine. I really would like to. I kind of need to change the default user on the Pi, but that's also work. I like how it's downloading component Clippy, like it's going to talk. I did do a couple of tests off stream. I ran the Raspberry Pi on battery power. It wasn't running on a full battery, but on my big giant FL brick, it ran for a little over 24 hours nonstop. I haven't quite figured out how I'm going to run the Pi in the car. I'm probably just going to have to plug in a cigarette light, like one of those cigarette lighter to USB stuff, and then run the cord to the trunk. Because I'm going to mount the radio and the Pi. On the Prius, there's a compartment directly above the spare tire, and then there's a plastic insert. So I think I'm going to sit it there. So just space this out a little bit. Would you like to install? Yeah, I asked for that. I completely asked for that. I don't know. It's like I'm not getting a whole lot. Like my last few videos on the whole, and my live streams have been getting a lot of declined views, especially the radio ones. And I'm trying not to really chase analytics because I basically just am live streaming when I get a chance. It was a good haircut. It was the right type of person that I could just like basically talk to. I mean, I've mentioned this on Patreon and some of my other streams, but I have really become disturbed, like when I'm on the train, when I'm on PATH or any of the other metro systems I've been on in the last year. It's literally everyone staring into their phone. And like this isn't something in and of itself new. I used to commute in the early 2000s and even the late 90s, and it used to be newspapers. But it's like if you've ever heard of dead internet theory, it's like real life. It's like I feel it's not everyone, but I feel like it's like everyone is just staring at their phone and completely disconnected from reality. Like I've made a real point not to even carry it most of the time anymore. Or if I do, I'll keep it turned off in my laptop case or something. just in case I actually do need it. And it's kind of just astounding watching everyone just. I mean, I've done it too. Like when I used to commute to and from the city regularly, I used to read with the Kindle app or other ebook stuff on an Android device or iPhone. But I just found it. I don't know. I just feel like the human element of the human is just like disappearing. Like, I mean, I don't watch major mass media. As far as media consumption goes, I really just have YouTube Premium. I do have a Nebula subscription because quite a few of the creators I watch on YouTube are also on Nebula. But it's like. You know, in the 90s, it was like everyone glued to their television set. And when I lived out with a couple out in Oregon, that was the entire thing. You know, you basically get home, you watch TV, and then you go to sleep. And I mean, let's be honest. The people watching the stream are likely, especially considering it's 9 p.m. on almost 9 p.m. on a Wednesday, are almost, certainly asleep and stuff. Okay, so this is apparently installed. Okay, cool. That is actually there. All right, so source, because I already grabbed it earlier. So cargo. Let's just do cargo run. Let's just see if it actually. I assume it's just going to build, but it's got to build quite a few crates. Yeah, this is actually going to take some time because the Pi is slow. I presume that all these crates have been probably. I mean, it is Linux. Realistically, there are some places you have to actually care about the architecture, but generally on Linux, especially with Rust and C, and to some degree C++, the architecture doesn't matter quite as much. We're going to see if that's actually true or not. Because right now, like I said, I basically want to have this running on startup. And maybe that's something I'll actually, configure. I basically want to append, I want to do log rotation. I need to remember how to set up log rotation. I want to do more than logging, but there's a very good chance I'm not actually going to get that far. So I might as well shoot for minimum viable product, because at the end of the day, I can parse a log file, and I can do stuff with log file later, and this can just run on the Pi, and we will call it good. And every time I do a major release, I can then release new version. This is a Pi 3. I literally just had one lying around. I actually also have a real-time clock module for it now, which I actually need to install. One of the problems that I realized I was going to have is that the Pi has no RTC out of the box. I bought an RTC. I have no easy way of showing it on camera short of the webcam, and my apartment is a disaster. I really don't want to put the webcam on. But I've got one of those. Actually, let me see here. Can I get on Amazon and find it? I don't remember if I did that on my personal or if I did that on the business account. Because I did it on my personal, I can't get it from here. I have to be... Yeah, okay, it looks like I did, in fact, do that on the personal. So, I do have a little tiny RTC for it. RaspberryPi RTC. Yeah, I believe it's just it's a miniaturized version of the. I believe it's a piece. You know, let me see if I can find it on Amazon, because I'm going to need to find the, I have the part number, or it should have the part number on it, no? Well, if I did, it was on the packaging. So Raspberry Pi 3 RTC. Here's roughly what I bought. I'll put the link in chat. So, you know, I should put this on the Pi and see if it works. I just have to figure out how you actually make that, you know, do its thing. Because this, I thought about having the Pi set its clock from the 8PRS signal, but that's actually quite annoying to code. Plus, I'd have to run a super user to set the system clock. So, right, so how do I actually use this thing? Yeah, like, I'm trying to figure out how you actually install this. So, free 5, it says to... I kind of hope I bought the right thing here. Includes 4x packages. Mine was smaller than that. I believe there's something in Raspberry Pi 3 kit on how you actually do it. Or Raspberry Pi Conf. Add RTC Raspberry Pi 3. Okay, yeah, so it has to go to the GPIO. So set time, RTC, Raspberry Pi forms. So actually, you know, I should add that late night, Raspi and RTC hacking. Because I do believe it's an I2C connection, so I will just add that there. Alright, so 5 pins. Here's the Adafruit clock. It apparently just connects and sits on the last set of pins. I mean, that's what the Adafruit version of this is. Let me look at the... Like I said, unfortunately, I don't have... Alright, let me see here. Raspberry Pi header. So it needs 5 volt. .5 GPIO, GPIO ground. So it looks like it needs to be on pin 1. Is what it looks like. Wow, the markings on these are absolutely garbage. Unless there's an actual I squared C connection in the Pi. Actually, there is. GPIO 2 and 3. GPIO 4 is 1 wire. So, in theory, I just plug it in and it go. Okay, so works perfectly. Will keep time for 5 years or more. Plugs directly to the GPIO header pins. Check our detailed tutorial. Verify wiring. So IC2 detect will be the next. Okay, so we'll do this next because once I have the RTC installed. Yeah, I should have probably used one of a coin battery, but I was worried it wasn't going to fit in the plastic case I have for it, so this is going to take a while to compile. I don't know. I'm just kind of sitting here with my thoughts right now. Like, I've been having, like, moving back out west has kind of been, strangely enough, talking with the hairstylist actually was useful. And it's not, like, this is one of the things that have been going on, because I don't know, maybe, I guess it's just a matter of the circumstances of your life. Like, I assume most people who watch my channel do so mostly for Vintage Computer. I mean, obviously, there's people who know me more than just nameless voice on camera, and realistically, um, I don't know. Maybe it's just sitting here streaming to keep me on task is better than just sitting here and doing absolutely nothing. Like, at least this is quote unquote productive, but, you know, why does everyone have to be productive every day? I think a lot of the lives of a monk. Now, monks may have a lot of things to do on their day to day to fill up said days, but, you know, when you have a bad day, you have a bad day. Society as it exists in current day, well, I mean, we saw it during the pandemic. They, you know, sacrificing lives so line go up. Yeah, what can I do about it? I mean, if anything, I contribute to the problem. I make content on YouTube for a living. Like, this isn't, you know, like, this is like the sort of thing that isn't exactly winning combination for said YouTube channel. Like, if you want, like, success on YouTube really is a formalistic thing. Um, I hate to say it, but look at Mr. Beast. I mean, clickbait works, and there are always new viewers to replace old viewers. At least with content like that. Like, I mean, look at Survivor. Whether it's fake or not, it's remarkably cheap to make. And I've only loosely, someone in chat the other day actually asked me about the Mr. Beast stuff, and I have at this point at least caught up to it. I saw the original video. I saw the Legal Eagle, and it's like, it's nothing. As far as I can tell, apparently there's some additional allegations, but as far as like rigging stuff or influencing contests, what you're watching on YouTube is meant for entertainment. It's not like nothing you see on YouTube is generally should be considered to be real. I mean, look at the vast majority of quote unquote hardware restoration stuff. Now, I could say, I mean, I do my part to try and show my work, and I cite sources where I can. But I also know that I am not an authoritative end-all be-all. I can and will make mistakes. I am human. And I think what a lot of the controversy comes down to, like, it's hard to tell what's real or not. I mean, you know, it's not like this is the first time there's been major streamer drama. It's not even the first time Mr. Beast has had stuff. Like, I remember all the controversy about Mr. Beast burgers. But I think what bothers me the most about all of it is I'm hesitant to make the comparison to 1984, but that's actually where my brain went. Um, for those who haven't read it, 1984 is a novel about dystopian future. It was written by George Orwell, which was a pseudonym. It essentially talks about life in a totalitarian post-war London, where the party rules all. That's the In it, the main character, Winston Smith, falls in love with another member of the outer party, Julia. I don't think we ever learned her last name. Julia works. I have to slightly censor the actual novel here because which the irony because YouTube will get upset if I say certain words. But Julia makes works in the part of the outer party that creates uh, not necessarily propaganda, but the bread and circuses, basically written material that actually it's a way in the modern world we would call it AI generated content. In the world of 1984, which was written in 1948, it was basically taking 5 scripts, changing a few of the details around, and shoving out the same story. Which, let's be honest, that's how AI kind of works. Hey, D. Carmarch, you've got me talking about 1984. What Mr. Beast and content like that is, honestly, I think a lot more of Huxley than I think of Orwell. At least as far as consumerism in the United States goes. There's a lot of places where it's different, but I mean, how often do people in current society, when they feel bad, they break out credit card and buy something and then never open box? I mean, I'm guilty of this. You know, Huxley deconstructs the concept. The first half of the novel. God, it's been a long time since I read Huxley. Let me see if I can actually remember it. I believe the first half follows Lena. She's in the world of 1984. People are categorized into alpha, beta, gamma, epsilon, oh, and delta. Obviously not in that order, but point going. Yes, but if I say, oh, you know what? I can say adult content. If I use the actual word that Orwell used, I would get I would get an angry grant. I would get the I would get my social credit deducted from YouTube. Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. If I'm going to talk about Orwellian nightmare, I might as well mention the ever living "you have been demonetized" content thing. Like, yeah, I didn't actually think of the word adult, and I really should because in theory I am an adult. So I kind of see a lot of what current world looks a lot more like Huxley. Now I have traveled a lot. Um, I mean the realistic farthest I ever got from home was Mongolia. But I've lived in Oregon. I lived in Alaska. I spent I've lived in 2 other countries. I've lived in, depending on how you define lived, anywhere between 5 and 8 states. I've been to a lot of places. And it's when you really step outside the field, it. I've been to Kosovo. Let me put it like that. I've also been to Iraq. I've been to Egypt. I've been to a very good chunk of Western Europe, although weirdly not Italy. And a large, and I worked in China. I was a liaison for a Western company in China for a while. Not long enough, but I had the experience of Chinese. I got to experience what day in the life of a Chinese worker was for a few weeks, and that's an experience that I think is probably one of the most valuable I ever got in my life. To actually know what the other side lives like. Um, and I'll be honest, it's not. You'd be surprised on how not different it is. But I mean, look, you can choose the different types of horrors in your world. I mean, the United States. It's oddly there. I mean, let's be honest. If you look at what Project 2025, quote unquote, is bringing to the table. Um, the world's going to look a whole lot like Handmaid's Tale. Probably worse. And God knows the author of that book apparently sees that book as a good ending based on what their own comments are. Like, I don't even know what to make of that. I haven't actually read any. I don't read a lot of fiction anymore. I read a fair number of the classics. I've made 2 attempts at Catch 22, and I find it funny in a depressing way, but I've never actually managed to finish the damn thing. I've read Great Gatsby. That one I actually understand because I have witnessed something to that extent, and given Long Island isn't far from here, where that book is set, yeah, I mean, sure enough. Let's see here. I mean, let's put. I mean, I think the easiest way to see where to get the idea is computers from 10 years ago did not show you advertisements when doing day-to-day tasks, unless you had malware. Like, you didn't have things trying to blare information in your face in the start menu. That was not until Windows 10. I mean, it's well, I mean, here's the thing about 1984. People question why people don't rise up in totalitarian regimes. More specifically, why do people accept dictators? When we look at Orwell's view, we're following a dissident in the world of the party. Winston Churchill is a dissident. He looks beyond what the propaganda says. Most people will never do that in their lives. They will take everything they get at face value and never look beyond it. And it's alluded to in Orwell's words, but realistically, if you were born as a prole, in Orwell's world, there's nothing stopping you from having a good life, despite the fact that the boot of the party is coming down on the human face the entire time. I mean, ultimately speaking, the party demands you love Big Brother, but for a lot of people, that's not a problem. They can find a good life with that, and that's why people accept a lot of things in their lives that they probably shouldn't. I don't know. Maybe I'm getting a little deep philosophical. And hey, Kato Megumi. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm really great with names. Like, I don't know. It's kind of been this thought that I've had for a while. You can also take the approach that Julia basically did. Julia's efforts with basically decided to go against the rule of the party, knowing that she would get caught, and ultimately speaking, she and Winston did. For the crime of loving someone other than Big Brother. That is ultimately how the novel ends. Conversely, I had a very long discussion when I was in high school. I mean, there is an argument that Brave New World depicts a utopia. I mean, everyone in the world of Brave New World is sorted at birth into a role that they are suited to. It wasn't known at the time, but Huxley had basically predicted fetal alcohol syndrome, and so in Huxley's world, the lower classes were essentially doused with alcohol and turned into laborers. The middle class of Huxley's world, which are essentially the betas and the deltas, handle the day-to-day administration, and the alphas, especially the double plus alphas from Brave New World, were the ones that read the world. You also have humans of the original stock that were kept on reservations, and the latter half of Huxley's novel, the viewpoint character changes to John the Savage, where he has very long discussions with one of the world controllers that creates the Brave New World. And essentially talks about how it's a world of peace, there is no pain, but there is no change. There is no one there that can understand Shakespeare. There's no, the idea of a family doesn't exist. In the end, John the Savage decides that he can't return to the reservation. He doesn't want to live among the people of society. So he finds a lighthouse, an inland lighthouse. And I really hope I'm remembering this correctly. I haven't read the novel in a very long time. And essentially, a cargo cult springs up about him, and he ends up dying at the end of it. Again, I'm kind of abbreviating this because YouTube get angry with certain words. But, there's a lot of people who think that sort of world is a good thing. The idea that everything can be clearly classified. Ayn Rand is actually a really interesting example of that. The idea that the thing that always caught me with Atlas Shrugged of how much I hated the beginning of it. I've never actually read it all the way through. Cliff Notes are a wonderful thing, but I do remember the beginning. And the beginning starts. The main character, actually, I'm actually going to look this up because if I'm going to criticize it, I'm going to make sure I criticize it right. Shrugged. Dagny. Yeah, Taggart. That was it. She was essentially a railroad baron, and she basically determines the train is stopped at a signal that is down. And she determines through some sort of internal logic that the track ahead cannot possibly be in danger, so she tells the conductor to ignore the signal at danger, and the train arrives on time. And as someone who has actually looked and at least studied some rail disasters, as well as, I don't know, played with model trains, might realize the basic problem with this. And it basically depicts an idea that if you've ever played BioShock, it's a really great novelization of Ayn Rand. I hate to put it that way, but the first BioShock novel really takes the idea of Galt's oh, damn it, what the hell was it called? Who is John Gate? Gates Gulch. To its logical conclusion. Brave New World, to me, was fascinating in the idea that I had trouble seeing it as a dystopic novel in and of itself. Because ultimately speaking, if it's depicted to you as a dystopia, but I don't know. It's like this seems to be the version of the world that people want to build. And for many people, I would say Brave New World represents a utopia. I don't know if I actually agree. I don't know what a perfect world looks like. I don't know. Maybe a perfect world exists as a farm in the middle of the country in the nowhere. Yeah, if you play BioShock, and especially if you play Burial at Sea from Infinite, and it basically see the party. So, to quote Yahtzee, BioShock, the original BioShock is you showing up a year after the parties happen and trying to figure out why everyone is dead. BioShock Infinite Burial at Sea is you are the party that got everyone killed that will be investigated a year later. That's largely how it goes. The one that stuck out to me more than anything was I remember The Handmaid's Tale more than anything. Because everyone hated it. I mean, in the actual... I don't think I can actually give a synopsis of The Handmaid's Tale without... Handmaid's Tale in PG-13 or less. Women are enslaved, and there are very strong gender-enforced roles. And essentially, the main character is... We don't directly learn her actual name. It is in the book if you can spot it, but it's never actually said in the narrative directly. But the main character was called, I believe it was of Fred, and essentially this is after a nuclear war when most people have become infertile. So women are basically sold as livestock, and the image of it stuck with me for many, many years. I first read it in high school, and it bothers me how many people would just want to build that world and how many people would give up their rights just to be a part of that world. And it's even explored in the novel itself. The wife of the commander was an evangelical type, basically speaking for the country of Gilead to replace the United States. And as per the world she created, she became a wife, a housewife with no actual power. And it's like, well, you got what you wanted. And apparently talking weird philosophical bullshit in the dead of night gets views. This is still going, right? Like, this hasn't crashed. I think my Pi might have crashed. Yeah, chat, it's not actually... Oh, no, it is responding. Oh, God. I'm on the terminal on SSH. It's not having a happy. That's really not having a happy. I can't even get it to run htop. Okay, there's htop. And that's the VNC client crashing out. No, it's still going. It's the Pi is crying about this. Rust is not fast on a good computer. Okay, so htop has now successfully cleared the screen. It hasn't actually drawn the progress bars. I think my Pi is currently going ouchie. No, it is surprisingly... Yeah, no, it's paging out. It is actually and entirely out of memory in a bad way. And then I think it just disconnected me. Okay, hold on. Demessage. I don't think it's crashed. It's just going so slowly, it's not even updating. Like, even demessage is... Yeah, it has an out of memory. It is still going. It's just going very, very... Alright, so how do I cross-compile Rust? Oh, here we go. Rust cross-compiling. Well, okay, this seems easy enough. Yeah, it's still actually trying to build. Yeah, I think I want to try and cross-compile. So let me switch the views. I might actually have to go restart the Pi. Alright, so if I want to switch scene. Alright. So if I just want to, let's see, let's do that. Let me make the terminal nice and, you know, F all big. Can I get terminal font? Can we get, like, I don't know, 18, please? Oh, that's lovely. Thank you. So, okay, so we want to cross-compile. You know what? Let me turn off Pi Vision, because I think at this point I'm going to have to hard restart the Pi. Alright. So according to quote-unquote Archival, do I have Rust up? I do have Rust up. So Rust up, target, add, arm, unknown, Linux, GNU, EFBI, like that. So that's going to download all the components. Alright, so cargo build target. Alright, so there, now it's building the crates. Could not find directory. Of course it's not going to be that easy. It needs a cross-compiled open... Oh, God. Install a sysroot for the target platform and configure it via package config sysroot dir, or install a cross-compiling wrapper. Oh, for God, life. I have a horrible feeling I'm going to hate what's about to come happening. No, apparently it's not actually that simple, because apparently it actually needs libssl. It needs fucking OpenSSL. The problem is I'm on macOS, which is case insensitive. Technically, I can make a case insensitive. I gotta give it an environment it actually will accept. Has the Raspberry Pi, like, come back from the dead yet? No? Yeah, it's still, That's why I don't like cross-compilation. It really is. I'm sorry, I'm actually thinking about the best way to solve this. Probably the easiest thing to do is actually install Linux in a flippin' VM, but I really don't want to do that. You know what? Maybe someone has a one-liner. I actually need a C compiler. Like, this is actually not trivial. Because it's looking for OpenSSL, it can't find it, and then it goes boom. Either I have to make a sysroot that it will accept. Oh, that's fucking shitty. No, it would need one for targeting 32-bit Linux. I can't just drop one in. It needs the actual... It almost certainly needs the actual library because it's looking for the package config script. If this was a Linux system... hold on, let me see here. If I had a case-sensitive file system, it'd actually be happy. Or I could make it happy, I should say. It's like... I'm seeing if someone has actually, like, already done this, so I don't have to think about it. So, okay, so add the X platform linker, add crate. I'm reading instructions on the other side just to get an idea of what actually has to be done here. So you add the target, add the brew, add open... So apparently there's an OpenSSL crate that may just install it. If the vendored cargo feature is enabled, OpenSSL crate will be used to compile and statically link. That's exactly what I want. I just need to add the right crate. Okay, you know what? There was a way to do this. Thank you, reading the bloody documentation. It may still not like it because it may need a cross-compiler, but Clang may just also take it. Let's see if it'll actually build it. Okay, that's officially less terrible. That time is it couldn't find the cross-compiler. That is officially less terrible. So... So now I guess I need a cross-compiler. Okay, so there is apparently a copy of the cross-compiler in, yeah, there is actually a copy. Okay, you know what? This actually has the full set of instructions on how you do it. What is it looking for as a cross-compiler? Like, will you take Clang? Let's see here. Can I get the? You know what? Can I just get that from Brew? Sorry, I am just kind of staring at documentation right now, and my brain is really. Because it keeps talking about using muscle C, which I guess you could technically do with the Pi because it's all statically linked. It shouldn't care. I really think I'm just going to install Linux. I think I'm going to have to either install Linux or I'm going to have to wait for it to finish on the Pi. The Pi is a 32-bit. The Pi is 32-bit. It can technically run 64-bit code, but I don't want to reinstall it. I also just realized that the view, I think, is out of date. Like, I can't believe all the things that's got me stumped. This has got me stumped. You know what? Screw it. I know exactly what to do. I need to go into disk utility. I'm just going to create a case-sensitive file system. You know what? Screw it. If I've got to do this, I've got to do this. Being on a Mac means I have some options. If I want to add APRS volume, I want to make it case-sensitive. What do I want to call this? I'm just going to call this case sensitive. So I want add a volume. And now, yeah, so I should have volumes, case sensitive. Okay, cool. That actually works. All right, so I should now be able to use, because that's a case sensitive file system, I should be able to use Cross-tool-ng. Because that's all it should actually care about. It might need a few dependencies, but Cross-tool-ng should really not care about anything else. Of course, let's see here. See, this is one of the things I really dislike about Homebrew. It does not seem to like multiple user accounts. I actually need a better solution to this, but At least it's alright, cool. It's installing bash. I remember when the era before Cross Tool existed, when you had to do it by hand. It sucked. That's gonna take some time. It's been so long since I actually ran this. I think I have to configure it. I think I have to configure this. This will generate the cross tool binary itself. Do I have... You could use SAD is what I need. I believe this will generate a cross tool binary, and then that can actually build the cross compiler. That being said, I think I have to... Yeah, I think I have to do this to make it actually accept that. Yeah, could use SAD 4.0. The Pi is still going, by the way. I'm watching it in the other terminal. I think by the time we build the cross compiler and everything, flip. Please tell me, Brew. Can I just bin utilities GCC? Like, is there any chance you just have those? Alright, so you do have GCC, you do have bin utilities. GCC needs GCC to build itself. You can native compile without it, but it's a little bit blah. As I saw, we're going to need this command. Yes, VNC viewer, you can, the VNC viewer is still complaining. Alright, bin utilities is keg only, so in theory, I add that like that, I do that. Oh, for the love of... Is it make info? Text info? Oh, for the love of... This is the argument to use package source. I don't love Homebrew. I really don't. It does... it's close to what I enjoy. It does some things right, but I find it really doesn't do mixed mode stuff well, and I think I dislike. I think I like it better than ports, but I used. Chat. This is starting to drive me up a little. Okay. Oh my. Oh wow. It's actually happy. All right. Wow, that installed a lot of shit. Fuck it. It's all in the shared directory. It's fine. Alright, so CT... So, if I now look in user local CTNG... Sweet. Okay, so main utility... So see, that's not going to actually work. Because the prefix directory has to be somewhere else. Here we go. CT prefix, volumes, case sensitive, CTNG. Because that should put it basically where it needs to go. So we want to target ARM. Do you have an actual, like, a Raspberry Pi target? Like, because that would be awesome. No, you don't. Default instruction set is ARM, EBI, little endian, 32-bit. None of this I care about. Hold on, floating point. I think it's, yeah, I think it's FP is what I want. Yeah, hard float. So I want to target Linux. Source of the Linux version. Yeah, that's fine. Binary utilities. That should all be fine, except for the fact I think I want to target an older version of glibc. Can the Pi tell me what it's running? Sort of. Hold on, let me see if I can regain control of the Pi. Hey, well, you know, I have control of my Pi again. Let's see. So, if you didn't know, you can actually run the C binary on Linux as a... it actually has a main function, so you can run it, and it will tell you what version it is exactly. Yeah, so that would be user libc. It is GCC free 6... Okay, 31. So that should make it work. It's not perfect because I really should be using exactly the same version as Debian's using, but we really just don't care. I think we're good. Okay. That's going to probably grind for a while. Yeah, like I said, usually once you as long as you give things a case-sensitive file system, it will usually work on macOS. macOS's C library is FreeBSD-ish. It's not. It's really become its own thing in recent decades, but if it works on FreeBSD, it will generally work overall. So I'm going to let this build and stretch my legs. You know, I'm actually curious now how good package source would run on macOS as long as it was case sensitive. Yeah, I mean, right now we just gotta let it build and run. But yeah, I actually, I kind of want to now just do that as a live stream. Uh, just testing out of curiosity how well it would even work. I kind of want to make a full archive copy of package source. It's a little bit of a paranoia thing, but I've really been concerned that I don't know. I mean, let's be honest. We kind of depend on the internet for our day-to-day lives. It used to be that you'd get a full operating system on CDs, complete with source code, and you really don't anymore. So I kind of want to make a full archive copy of package source, put it on my NAS, and even have a full binary build or two. So if I ever find myself without extended internet, I'm not screwed. And maybe it would be kind of an interesting sort of thing. It I'm curious to see how it would work. Like, I actually would want to do that as a trial. I would actually probably do that as a trial. In fact, I actually have a busy thing I have to do tomorrow, so maybe that will be something. Maybe I'll set that up and I'll just let it run. It will run for quite a long time. Like, in fact, I know exactly how I would run it. I would basically actually run. I've discovered that I can actually live stream to YouTube off the Raspberry Pi. This was a shockingly awesome discovery because YouTube will accept a live stream that runs at 5 frames a second. I was shocked. Yeah, I mean, I don't like homebrew. I actually used to do some development work for Think back when that was an actual package manager, and you could build it from source and put it wherever. But the problem is that every flipping package manager for macOS is just utter. It is flipping garbage. Uh... What did that actually die on? Did that... Do we have real GCC? We do not have real GCC. Okay, hold on. I think I need to go back to menu config. I have to make some changes. C compiler. It needs to use a different compiler for the bootstrap. It actually has to use GCC. The problem is that Clang gets indigestion, is the way I can put it, when you try and put it through a lot of... Yeah, I'm assuming it's trying to use Clang as GCC and it just blew a fuse. How do I make it print out its config? All right, can I get some, like, you know, debug messages, please? It would be nice. I would definitely want to do... Well, I want to do it for modern stuff because I will actually use it for modern stuff, but I'd also like to do it for old shit as well. Like, seeing if I can find a good collection for Solaris. Like, if I could find like, if you can get a complete copy of the dist files for, like, NetBSD 1, you know, the old ones. I mean, GCC is the standard for better or worse. If you're going to be building Linux software, you're going to be using GCC. It sucks, but that's how it works. I have learned the hard way. You should always use the manufacturer's compiler if you want your shit to work. That means on Windows, use Visual C++. On Linux, use GCC. And on macOS, use Clang. You're going to just make your life miserable if you just try and use... Like, you can use GCC on Windows, but it's going to suck. Like, it's a lot easier to use Community Edition if you're in a situation where you're dealing with free and open source software. You get a better debugger. You get better integration with the ecosystem. I mean, you might want to throw that up on Internet Archive, Andy. I mean, there's nothing you can... It's all freely redistributable if it's in the Debian archives. And I presume there's copies of the Debian archives. You notice what I'm not seeing? Commands. Yeah, because this is going to die here in a minute. Like, I don't have anything against Clang itself. It's just I've used GCC for so long, I kind of understand it when it goes kaputski. Incompatible variable functions. Is this a W error failure? Because this feels like this is a W error failure. Look at file build.log. Where is it sticking the build.log? Oh, it's putting the build.log right here. All right, hold on. Oh, no, it is actually building with GCC. I'll be darned. I'm assuming that's an actual GCC, right? Yeah, no, hold on. I installed it from a homebrew, so yeah, no, that is almost certainly a real GCC. So are you, like, building with W error or something? Thank you for the $10 super chat. I might do that for a later thing. I would have to I'd have to figure out how to actually build the whole thing. I assume it's not actually that difficult. It's just have to do it. So why are you having, like, conniptions? Yeah, so, okay, you don't seem to have W error set. I'm currently checking, I'm currently reading a few bits of documentation. So sparse creates volume, create bootstrapping from Git. So it is apparently supposed to work on macOS. It's probably not super well supported, but it is here. Maybe we can, let me see if we can adjust it. I can choose different versions of Bison. I don't think it's going to build better. But I can't, you know what, I can point it to a custom version, so... Yeah, okay, so you do actually need Bison. Hold on, do I not... That's an ancient version of Bison. It's probably because I don't have Bison installed. And then I have to add yet another directory to the magical path. The question becomes, is this something I can just add to this path? Or do I actually have to recompile cross-tool-ng? Yeah, it actually does look like I think I have to... Yeah, I think I have to recompile cross-tool-ng. Because that's basically making determinations on the system as a whole. Yeah, okay, I saw it. At that time, it saw that there was a high enough Bison version. Make... Hey, look, chat. I can now not build it with Bison. So let me do a disk clean. Oh, this is proving obnoxious. I actually didn't think this was going to be hard. I literally thought this was going to be like a 5-minute thing to get this going. But no, we have gone... I have gone way down the... oh, I'm an idiot. I ran disk clean and I accidentally blew away my config file. Oh, I'm a genius. Okay, that's fine. Target, ARM... Alright, let's see if that works. I really do, like, I really do want to use BSD for more things, and maybe a later version of the Pi, I will try a BSD version of it. Like, if I really have to do the cheaty, dirty way to build a cross-compiler, I will do the cheaty, dirty way to build a cross-compiler. I just don't really want to do that. Sorry, I don't have much conversation tonight. I'm just kind of sitting here because if this does actually build, this is probably going to grind for about 45 minutes. So we're just kind of going to be shooting the breeze while the while the thingamajiggy on the Pi basically keeps going. I really did not consider that this might be a real problem, and I kind of feel stupid not thinking about it earlier. I assume it's Rust; it should be easy to cross-compile, but apparently not. I mean, if I was on Linux, this would actually probably be a non-event, but no, of course I use a Mac. And, like, I honestly, if I'm going to do a gaming stream, I'm going to do RuneScape. I haven't really been in the mood to do anything. I mean, the only thing I do on occasion is I've been playing a little bit of poker on the side. I live in New Jersey. It's legal here. But I don't think I would want to live stream playing poker just because I do know a lot of a surprising amount of my viewers are under 25, and it's like I probably shouldn't. It's not against YouTube's rules, and Twitch even allowed it in the Great Gambling Purge, but it's like, nah. So if I'm really going to play a game on stream, it's probably, I'm not in a net hack mood. I'd probably just load into RuneScape, to be perfectly honest. Like, let's be honest, if you want to make money on the internet, live streaming yourself playing gambling and then taking a sponsorship, they just pay out bank. It's obscene, but I don't want to leave, it's like, whatever. Sorry, I'm just kind of rambling about what's on my mind tonight. Like, I play responsibly. I actually have a tracker app. I keep very close track of money in, money out. I also live in a state where it is legal. Online poker is legal in New Jersey. We also have Atlantic City here. And I'm not going to be able to play after I leave. Poker is legal in Oregon, but it's not legal online. Or I don't think online if I'm going, if I'm going to talk about it, I'm going to talk about it. Online gambling in the United States is illegal federally, but states can individually legalize it. New Jersey actually led a lawsuit about this a few years ago. It's why sportsbook betting actually has reappeared. So if you live in the state of New Jersey, you are allowed to play poker in New Jersey. I have to have an app. They actually have an app for this. They make sure you are in New Jersey. And I can play against people in Minnesota as well, but it's completely geofenced. So I don't know. Maybe that's part of the bread and circuses thing. Like, I'll play a $1 to $5 tournament and kill 2 hours. I mean, whether I win or lose, that's good return on value. But there's a lot of people who will start gambling and will never stop. And like, it's the sort of thing I think about as a content creator. It's like, people see what I do on camera and try and mimic it. And I don't, like, I don't know. Maybe I sometimes worry I'm a little bit too open about the stuff I talk about on stream, but I mean, option A is you become like ultra mega YouTuber that is giveaway, because realistically, again, going back to Mr. Beast, is there a person there or is there a brand there? I don't consider stocks gambling, but I understand why people consider it that. Realistically, if you're going to talk about, okay, let me make the actual disclaimer. This is not financial advice. This is not a financial YouTube. I'm just making some broad observations. realistically, markets like the stock markets, foreign exchange, let you buy things. Whether you get good value on that is good or not. Realistically speaking, it is possible to get a steady rate of returns, but you're not going to get rich quick off the market. If you were born a billionaire, you can get $1 million out of the stock market. If you don't have that, you can get a few $100s. But I mean, to give a very real thing, I have money in treasury notes. Right now, the interest rates are actually really good, and this is I don't recommend to do this, but the fact of the matter is, I'm beating inflation. Enough said. That means my savings are growing because it's invested, but I'm not. But you have to diversify the risk, and that's why the stock market isn't necessarily gambling, because you can basically put money in mutual funds and such and emulate it. Again, this is not finance YouTube. This is not selling anything. I'm literally just giving my opinions here. If you want to support the channel, though, the links are above. And my God, I've just done what the fintech influencer YouTuber thing is, except I'm just talking about random shit. So destination routing I can't easily pull it up at the moment. But the way the destination routing does, it's called basically, data on amateur radio is AX25. There are other data modes, but if you're really going to do data, your layer 2 protocol is going to be AX25, because AX25 handles the FCC requirement for putting your damn call sign in. Now, X25 is a telephony protocol. It is, to make it very simple, very stupid, it's a phone call for your computer without the phone. It's essentially how data is routed internally within a network. X25 tried and basically failed to succeed in the general market. It's still used a lot in telephony, but you will not directly... The closest you'll get to an X25 system are its descendants, like an X400 directory. So, no, I'm sorry. I'm just kind of killing time here. I mean, look, we're literally doing the Progress Bar Simulator sort of thing, and I'm providing live commentary to Progress Bar Simulator. No, X25 is used, but you're not going to see it on the last mile. TCP/IP is basically that these days. The big thing about X25 is the whole thing basically works on the idea of an identifier, and the network automatically routes that. Hams took the X25 protocol, which predates TCP by more than a decade. I think X25 is 60s, although I could be wrong about that. And it has it basically defines a system of routing where it says, this node, please forward me to point to point to point to point, up to 8 points. So if I wanted to talk to... So if there was a repeater in range of me, say it's ABCD123, I could set the AX25 route, and I wanted to talk to my second station, which would be KD2JRT2. My route would be ABCD123, comma, KD2JRT, because it's going from machine 1 to machine... sorry. It would only have that as the route packet because I'm passing through one route. And the router would digipete me. Now, in practice, digipation is largely only done for APRS these days. There were more local digipeters, which could do like AX20. Like, in theory, you should be able to do AX25 keyboard to keyboard through a repeater if it can tolerate the latency delay. In practice, it's meant for direct terminal to terminal sessions, but there's nothing in principle that would prevent you from actually doing it through a repeater. It's just, at least I have not personally lived in an area that had a digipeater that wasn't for APRS. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I mean, you go far, yeah, but I mean, if you go far enough down, you know, everything's AX25. Everything is sand that we have somehow taught how to think in the guise of man. And in another century or two, the Butler and Jihad will come and correct the sin of creating a machine in man's likeness. I gotta be honest. One thing I've really appreciated about amateur radio is because it's non-commercial. Let me put it like this: I'm less worried about AI in amateur radio because we these days all of amateur radio is basically automated. So you know, and there's no money in it. So why is there an AI there? I have not found. I haven't used Nix. I know people that really like Nix. I have never personally used it. So I really can't say. I have tried MacPorts, which is okay. Homebrew generally has what I want, but I find Homebrew gets in a bad state from time to time, and I have to blow away its directory. This usually happens after a large system upgrade. Like, I have not found that Homebrew will cleanly upgrade very well, even though they have instructions. So your mileage may vary. I got the MacBook Pro because I wanted to be able to run DaVinci Resolve on the go. And while I didn't end up using it for that immediately, I have literally been running my entire YouTube channel off this MacBook Pro for over a year now. As far as life investments go, it was a good one. It unfortunately has developed some issues, so it's going to go to the little Apple repair ferry when I get back to Oregon. The Wi-Fi has quit on it almost entirely. I'm not also sure that the internet connection in Oregon will support live streaming. That being said, I have some workarounds for that, so it may not be a complete breakdown. It really boils down to how miserable a cloud GPU is to rent. But realistically, I could run OBS in the cloud. So I'm going to stand and stretch. I have not been happy with either one. Honestly, I want to kind of see what package source is like on macOS. I don't know if I'm going to have a happy with it, but I do want to kind of try it. I am just kind of... You know, I might actually... You know what I might do? I might try doing a build of package source on macOS and then make the build artifacts available as a Patreon perk or a one-time download. I would make the source repository available so someone else could compile it, but basically have it as an all-in-one set that you get on a stick or a digital download. Actually, I kind of like that idea. Because ultimately speaking, I want to do some... I hate the idea of making... I want... One of the biggest ways to make a YouTube channel profitable, and I hate to talk in these terms, but this is my livelihood, at least for the foreseeable future, is merchandise. But I hate the idea of just shoving consumer crap down people's... Sorry, let me turn the volume up a little bit. This is the first time in a while I've been able to use the real mic, so its settings are probably a little off. Because I'm not using the screen capture card tonight. Yeah, okay, hold on. Yeah, okay, that should help. Is that better? I used to live on from in the early 2010s. I actually lived in the Oregon area. I lived somewhere between the Dales and Astoria for about 5 years. So I actually know the area fairly well. It's just it was not what I was planning to do with my life. It's just that's how circumstances worked. Okay, too loud. Okay. I'm gonna stretch. I'm gonna get some fresh tea and we'll just let this build. I am just. How are we doing? Okay, cool. It's building the C library. So that's the Bootstrap compiler. It's going to build this, and then it should build the full compiler, and then it'll build a few other things. It'll take. This will take probably about. Yeah, I'm going to say about 20 minutes. I mean, how's everyone else doing tonight? Like, is everyone else having a pleasant night? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but I feel like the volume on YouTube has really become shit as of late. Like, it's like the inverse of the loudness wars. Maybe it's my MacBook speakers have just gone kaput. So I don't know. I just I really just hate how soul consuming the platform has become. I mean, it was always like that, let's be honest. It's been Google everything for 20 years. 10 years, I guess. Yeah. Well, I did get the PTT switch for the Yatsu. I'm not going to play with it tonight cuz I'm not going to play with it tonight. I can't work it up. I what actually happened was I was playing a poker tournament earlier tonight. It was just a $5 tournament, and I busted out to a person with garbage cards. I think I lost. I lost. I think it was like Queen 10 to 2 free, and they got exactly well, and then so I rebought in because if I'm not going to do anything for the evening, like kill 2 hours, because I can play. I usually can. I make the bubble about 1 in 3 times on the low grade tournaments. So like, I busted out a second time. It's like, you know what? Screw it. I'm just gonna throw the stream up. I don't care. It's Wednesday in the middle of the night. It's like whatever. I should be doing this instead of like other things. Quote. I mean, I don't know. I mean, again, it's talking about productivity. I mean, society wants us to believe that we should be productive 24/7. Like, if we're not being productive, it's wasted time. Blah 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 blah. I mean, that's kind of how I remember the work ethic. I remember if as a kid, blah blah blah, study 24/7. It's like fun having a soul life was not part of it, and maybe that was just my life, but it really does feel like the brand of corporate America, and it's like how many people live stream games on YouTube because they feel guilty for just spending time by themselves doing something they enjoy? Like, I don't know. I'm kind of going to mull philosophically on that. See, I think one of the things that I really hated about working corporate, I spent a lot of time and effort making other people rich for products that never actually shipped. They were just advertised and then were killed after a year or two of development. Which, I mean, let's be honest, that's what happens. R&D products go like that. But it was senseless. Like, when I was at Mixer, and I don't mind talking about Mixer as much as Job 1 because Mixer is defunct, and I was there before they were acquired by Microsoft, and I never actually signed an NDA with them, so it's like, okay, fine. I mean, both my parents are doctors. They literally have no life outside. I'm not sure that's fair. When I was still living with them, and quite a few years after that, they had absolutely no life outside of work. And at least in the case of my mother, that's. I would say that's still mostly true. Like, and I don't think either of my parents are unusual in that regard. Like, my Discord server skews into the 50 plus crowd and the under 20 crowd who are students, and the ones that are in the middle are usually the ones that have now been there for about 5 years. Because my God, I've been doing this for 5 years. I not 5 years, 4 years realistically, but the. No, it would be 4 years because I technically started wanting to make a full-time YouTube channel. This channel itself is actually quite old, but I only had a couple of videos on it beforehand, as well as the only one I left up. The other ones are technically unlisted. Was doing the Dwarfette plugin because I kind of enjoyed that, and me doing Dwarf Fortress and being in Dwarfette is neat. Hey, Integer Bang, I hope you're doing well. Well, I may have the opportunity to go back to school. I don't know if it's actually going to happen, and if it does happen, it will be 26 at the earliest. 25, I'm pretty sure I am going to be maybe the later half of 25. I didn't finish my degree originally. I got hired, and I ultimately was out of school studying something I didn't want because the alternative was worse. That is the way I will sum it up. I might actually now have the opportunity to go back and study what I want, but I mean, what the hell do I do with it at 36? The honest truth of the matter is I'm disabled. I have trouble holding full-time work as is. My resume, in spite of that, is... People have heard of me. Let me put it like that. And not just from my YouTube channel. There are people who know me from technical circles because some of the work I did stuck. I mean, I did Mixer's FTL. That was my original claim to fame. Although I was N Commander long before that. The handle goes back to when I was 14. I might go into communications, or I might do literature. I like I said, I don't actually know yet. So if I can't make a decision, I may go back undecided. I don't want to go into the specifics of what's going to happen, but I know for a fact in the next 2 years, I am basically going to be sitting on my ass and doing nothing else. And this is and this is basically the time of when it would be absolutely best to do this. I have a personal life goal of traveling the full length of the Americas. It was originally to drive the full Pan-American highway, but at this point, I am willing to make some compromises to make it actually happen. At this point, I'm not at the point where I can actually do it yet, but me getting to amateur radio is a step in the right direction because, ultimately speaking, if I plan it right, I should be able to light up every single country in North America and in South America. Panama, Costa Rica are, as well as pretty much all of South America, about half of South America, have reciprocity agreements for American operators. I'd have to be amateur extra, but that's realistically paperwork. I could do it. I have not been asked. The other half, it's not terrible. Mexico is a remarkably Byzantine process, but it would realistically just require me to stay in the country for a few weeks, which I know what that's like. I don't have a problem with that. So Mexico is easy enough. Belize, my understanding is you just have to do it in person. There's just no reciprocity. I don't know about Guatemala or El Salvador. I don't know. Like, IRL on international tends to be decades out of date. But it's entirely doable. And I mean, there's something cool about being able to reach the world on HF from the middle. I don't want to say the middle of nowhere, because realistically, I'm going to have cell reception if and when I do it, because I'm in the Panama. I know what to expect. I've had cell reception in some of the absolute boonies of Canada. And Canada's got a lot less people than Central America. Yeah, I would be a little bit wary being on foot in Tijuana and perhaps in the border areas. But like I said, I've driven pretty extensively in Mexico. If you're going to drive in with an American plated vehicle, you will draw attention simply because of that. There's a lot of paperwork to bring an American car into Mexico. The border is not particularly friendly. And this is in both directions. Mexico... The problem with Mexico is that it's a bureaucracy that has not realistically been updated in a century. There's been a lot of efforts to reform Mexico internally, and they are actually showing fruit. But bringing a vehicle in, you can now do it online. It's a lot better than it used to be. But essentially, the way it works in Mexico is there are the cuartas and the libres. The cuartas are divided highways that are built. They're not quite to U.S. interstate standard. I would say they're much closer to what the Trans-Canada is like in Quebec or Ottawa. Well, actually, the Trans-Canada was pretty nice in Saskatchewan. But you're largely going to be dealing with well-paved roads, maintained security, so forth and so on. The Libres, the Cuartas also have private police forces that protect travelers. The problem is you can't get everywhere in Mexico by the Cuartas, and they are expensive. Even by American standards, they are pricey. You'll generally pay... I think the average rate is about 15 it's about 10 pesos per kilometer, or... No, that sounds a little too high. It may have been like 5 pesos per kilometer when averaged out. If you were to drive from the border all the way to Mexico City, I think I ran up about $300 in tolls on the Quartas. Um, that being said, I've driven on the Libres. I do not recommend it. One of the big problems is that Mexico's, I want to say driver standard, but that's not the right sentence to use here. Mexico, as far as I know, does not actually require a road test. It's a 10-question yes, no. And even with that, most people don't have driver's licenses and drive anyway. Driving at night in Mexico was probably... It's not the absolute worst driving experience I've had, but it's really close to it. I've done some pretty sketchy stuff driving on ice in Alaska at night, which not recommended. Well, this is taking its sweet ass time to build. I would definitely, like, you don't want to be stupid when traveling overseas, but realistically speaking, the term they use down there is called gringo, which literally translates as foreigner, but it's not a slur per se, but it tends to get used very I've heard the term used with prejudice, especially several times when driving in Mexico, especially in the Libres, you will encounter checkpoints. Some of these are organized by the Mexican military, some are by the federales, and some are the gangs pretending to be the federales. They're really not interested in foreigners. They will search your vehicle, but realistically, don't be stupid and you will have no problems. The don't be stupid part is hard for some people, which is why you hear some real Mexican horror stories. But I mean, realistically speaking, you're also talking with a country... I don't know what Mexico's population is, but you are talking about a lot of people that live there day in, day out. I don't know. Am I getting a little too philosophical on Mexico chat? Should we change the topic? Like, I'm happy for some topic ideas in chat, because I'm just, like, I really am just kind of sitting here vibing. So, Mexican insurance is obscene. It's actually about 3 times more expensive. So here's where it's really frustrating. You can't get short-term policies in Mexico. Or more specifically, they will cost you absolutely nothing. They will cost you exactly the same month as a 6-month policy. Due to circumstances this year, I've actually been to 4 of the extreme points of the United States. I've been to Key West, Portobello Island between New Brunswick and Maine, Lubbock, the Northwest Angle, and Point Roberts, which represent the southeast, the northeast, the north, and northwest extremes of the United States. You might know the last one I don't have is San Diego, which is more specifically the point of initial boundary, which starts the U.S.-Mexican border. I was originally the original plan when I was coming back from Oregon for the final move was I was going to go down 5 and tick off, and then basically tick off the point of initial boundary and probably drive a bit in Mexico. And I would have done the cost would, but the funny thing is, for my 15-year-old Prius, I would have had to put a $400 bond on it, and I would probably paid another $400 in insurance just to take the damn thing over the border. The Prius also, at the time I have actually gotten it fixed, did not have air conditioning. Mexico in July without air conditioning sounded like the most miserable place to be in the world. I don't know if it hanged. I have no idea if it's crashed. Like, the system hasn't, obviously. Let me look in the other terminal, see what it's actually doing. Is it actually doing anything? Like, it's not... Nothing's really chewing... no, it's still going. Yeah, it's doing... Yeah, actually, it is still going. It's doing stdio comment. I think I can pull up the build in a different terminal. Well, that's what it's doing. That's what the terminal says it's doing. So let's see if it actually gets past that. But... Let me take a look. So it... I have this horrible feeling this has never been tested on ARM. I'm looking for the process tree on the other side. I can't figure out what it's doing looking at the terminal. But I think the reason it hasn't updated is because it hasn't advanced to the next step. Like, it probably calculates the percentage based off the terminal return. The process is not hung. It's not waiting for output. It's basically just taking its sweet-ass time. That being said, I mean, I'm looking at the log here. It's definitely been it definitely did similar steps before. So, I'm just going to wait for it, chat, because at this point I'm not certain. We'll see if it starts moving. Like I said, a lot of it with Mexico is there's a lot of protectionism. You have to understand that the Mexican view of the United States is very different than how it's portrayed here. And I don't want to claim that I am an expert on Mexican-United States relations, but you're largely dealing with a country that has had stability issues, to put it kindly, for a long time. On top of that, ultimately speaking, Mexico was on the receiving end of a war of aggression from the United States that cost it both Texas and California. And it's one of only 5 times the United States declared war, and ultimately speaking, it was a war of conquest. Whether or not, I mean, ultimately speaking, Texas was part of Mexico that seceded. The United States not only annexed it, they provoked Mexico into the war. There's a lot of history here, and like I said. Yeah, I mean, I'm a little concerned. I'm not gonna lie. Like, why is it taking so long? Is it, like, Did it find a tool it doesn't like? Let me Google this just to see if we can get some insight. Oh, it is actually this is actually a bug. It's an issue of older glib make files and make 4.4 where the build graph gets perturbed and stid on. It's actually a bug. This is actually a bug. Chat, that is a really awesome call because I hadn't even noticed that it crashed. We need to change the version of make. Can I just build, or is it just going to do the whole thing? I think it's going to blow... Yeah, it's just going to blow away the build directory. Oh, no, it is actually just going to download it. The problem is that the old glibc is what the Pi is running on because it's an old install, and like I said, I don't really want to upgrade it because it's working. I mean, maybe I should... I mean, blowing away the Pi isn't the end of the world, but I also don't want to blow away the Pi. Honestly, that may be something... I may actually just do that. I could technically... I don't want to upgrade it to a 64-bit system. For a Pi 3, a 32-bit system makes a lot more sense. Okay. Yeah, it's fine. I really don't care. Look, I used to build Linux distributions more, for old job. This is fine. I think the goal for tonight is I want to get this to cross compile. I want to throw the RTC on the Pi. I want to make sure it actually works. Because, like I said, I'm not using the GPIO pins as is, so putting an RTC on the Pi just makes my life easier, and so I might as well get what value out of it as I can. Like, there's a lot of things I kind of want to do with my life now that I feel like I have a lot more flexibility from what I used to have. I've been in a bad... There's a lot of stuff that's been happening behind the camera that I've alluded to on some live streams, but came to a head about a year ago. And the fallout of it... Let's just say I feel a lot less constrained with this channel than I used to. And at some point, when National Novel Writing Month comes around, which is November, I want to write a book. I don't know what that book's going to be just yet, but I intend to write a book. And then I'm going to make that book available. I actually think I kind of like that idea of the project of building package source and even making a video for it, because if nothing else, I feel like this is actually a pretty straightforward project. I have my NAS here. I have it unplugged just because I was getting ready to move it, but realistically, that's not going to happen for at least another week. So I could just download all the dist files and we could see if I can actually build it. Because all I'd have to do is basically mount it over NFS and... Actually, I wouldn't even mount it under NFS. I'd actually build it locally. I freed up over a terabyte of disk space when I got back after 3 months of travel. Well, should I say 3 months of not being in New Jersey? So I was basically just storing file after file after file on my MacBook Pro. And what I've been doing is that when I'm not here, I use Dropbox to put my large video files in it. So when it was an in-progress project, it was sitting in my Dropbox folder. And my Synology NAS also syncs to Dropbox. So as I was working on a project, once I was done with the footage, I could load in the Synology NAS remote manager because it's one of the features of it. Move the file out of the Dropbox folder, and then I get that disk space back on my MacBook Pro. But there was also just a lot of large data files that I couldn't do that with, and I had to do a major cleanup. So one of the first things what I did when I got back at the end of July was I freed up 1.2 terabytes of disk space on my MacBook Pro. It was wonderful. Oh, I had the wrong video on that? Okay, I'll fix that at some point. I've lived in New Jersey for I'm from New York originally. So I haven't exactly gone far. I actually consider living in New Jersey an improvement for a lot of reasons. Like, no, I actually do consider living in New Jersey an improvement. So, yeah, I actually think someone said it in the comments, and I just kind of couldn't be asked. I hate to put it like that. I think what happened is I saw it, it registered, and then something else happened, and it completely slipped my mind. You know what? Hold on. Let me. No, you know what? I don't even have the file handy to re-upload it. If I do have it, it's on the NAS, and the NAS is powered down right now. So, I should probably go look for it. I do have to still have the project files, so if I can't find the actual export, it's not a big deal. I really need to get back to that. I don't know. Doing the shorts was an interesting experiment, but I really question the return on value. That being said, I've noticed a real effect that the algorithm favors my old videos on the days I live stream. Like, there is an actual noticeable tick in my analytics. Because there's a tick mark on when you're live versus upload video. And it seems to have an effect because ultimately, I guess, I'm causing... I mean, the way the All Magical algorithm works is that the channel gets promoted because of watch time. So... You know what probably happened? I probably made the same video twice and completely mentally fell asleep. I probably never even exported it. I literally put all those videos out all at once and then just timed it over a few weeks. So I would actually have to go look at my projects and see if I have the video. Where I live does not have good internet. I have Comcast. But good internet is a relative thing because I am pretty sure I could run this YouTube channel on a 2 meter band radio link. I don't know if I can't do it on the main channel because of the non-commercial aspect of amateur radio, but what I may end up doing is I'm probably going to create a new YouTube channel down the line that is not monetized for like if I do an edited video on amateur radio, there's no problem. I'm completely free and clear to do that on YouTube because the FCC only regulates what goes over the air. But if I wanted, but there are certain things where if I was to do a live stream trying to, it really would come down to what I was doing on the specific project, but there's also some random stuff that I just kind of want to have live streaming. Like, I would love to have a 24-hour view of APRS traffic running on a separate channel Uh, and I know for a fact I can do that with a Pi. No, I'm not. I'm just building a cross compiler with Cross Tool NG on macOS, and then we're going to be doing Rust. I mean, we're up to 37 viewers. I mean, considering my last amateur radio streams have been absolutely shit turnout. This is actually quite nice. Um, the problem that I have seen with my channel is if I live stream on one topic for too long, A, or B, it's not a particularly popular topic, the channel as a whole kind of takes a hit. And I have seen this in my last few videos. That being said, I've been looking at the views of Michael MJD and LGR, and I think the platform as a whole is kind of slumping. So it may not just be me. So there's that. You know, I just realized I am on mute. Yeah, no, I am not muted. I am a competent YouTuber. I'm not surprised Sonos has that. It's the type of thing that you're not going to make money on, and you're making everyone's lives a little bit better. Rust is really... Because of the way Rust libraries work, there's really a lot of incentive to open source your code a lot. The same with Go. Although Go also makes it pretty easy to use private repos, but Crate really makes it open source. Yeah. I don't know. It's like... I want to be able to be in a point in my life that I don't need to be on the internet to be connected with people. So amateur radio is actually a pretty successful way to do that because I can use radio mail for some things. For making YouTube videos, I can always upload it as revenue. But I don't have to have my entire soul sucked out of my face just to feed, I mean, at the end of the day, I work for a machine. I work for the YouTube algorithm. I promote YouTube's values because I am on YouTube. If I worked on Twitch, it would be the same thing, except all hail Bezos. And I have honestly considered dual streaming onto Twitch. It's kind of, I have to work up enough of a dam to actually do it. But at this point, I've kind of figured out the major logistical pain to doing it, which is going to be Nginx RTMP, and some configuration of ye olde YouTube channel, because Twitch doesn't... They may have changed it, but YouTube's streamer interface is a lot nicer than what Twitch gives you, because you can set up the stream and profile it before it goes live. Twitch doesn't have that. And Streamlabs has a way to do this, but here in New Jersey, I have the internet backhaul that I could run two streams at once. Where I'm in Oregon, I'm questioning if I'm even going to be able to run one stream. I don't know if the problems I have were with the downstairs network, which was showing it was having problems with its router, and I didn't have time to rewire or replace it. So I'm going to have to do a fair bit of diagnostics to figure out if the problem is in a part of the network I can control. If it's not where I can control it, then my live streams have to be done in the cloud. But I could use asterisks and remote software. Like, I would experience latency, but I could make the stream itself look fine. And I think that's acceptable, because then I could basically just put my voice over a VoIP link and then blast it from the cloud to YouTube, which would have a solid connection. I do far too much audio communication stuff. I think I can make that work, though. just kind of trying to like stand and like, stuff. All right, installing core GCC compiler. That is progress. All right, that is progress. I don't know. I'm just having like far too much energy for this time of night, so I'm just gonna kind of be standing here. All right. Well, we're gonna find out in a little bit if this solved the problem or not. Uh, See, the thing I really do like about I always found macOS to be much more less annoying than Cygen, but these days we have Subsystem for Linux. That being said, there's plenty of times where Cygen is still the right option. Like, one of the big problems with Subsystem for Linux is there's still no easy way to just distribute a standalone Linux app to run on Windows. So that's where Cygen is still useful. And I honestly, there's a lot of times where I wish I had used Cygen instead of Subsystem for Linux, because whenever I want to do anything with networking with Subsystem for Linux, I know it's a Hyper-V container, but I feel like it just breaks in weird and bizarre ways because of the Windows firewall. I think it died at the 20 minute, 20 second mark or something like that. So if we get past that, it's, double plus good. Okay, so now it's doing the C library, it's doing the configure step, and it's building. That's a little... Okay, no, we're good. It's moving. I just realized that we probably could use the newer glibc and it would be okay because Rust libraries do statically link. So if this dies a second time, I will try glibc 2.4. Although I guess I probably just should upgrade the Pi at that point. I mean, I don't think there's all that much actually on the Pi at this point. It's probably, I think it's a 128 gig SD card, so I could back it up pretty easily, and then, yeah, I could back it up pretty easily. I'm just not sure the easiest way to actually do so. Because I don't really want dumping every file name as it backs up, although I guess it's not really a problem. I don't have any personal data on that Pi, at least. Or if I do, I shouldn't. Like, I generated a fresh SSH key for it, because I didn't want to put my private key on it. Ultimately, this Pi is going to live in my car, So if the car gets stolen, I don't want important credentials on it. Although realistically, if someone's going to steal my car, I really hope they're not stealing it for the Raspberry Pi in the trunk. I don't know. Then again, people on the internet are weird. I have had... You be on the internet long enough, you have an experience with a stalker. That's about all I'm going to say on that subject. And I mean, I've been on the internet since the 90s, because I had early access to it. So, I mean, I've been doxxed since... I used the Candle End Commander when I was working in professional free and open source software. Because it was the handle that I was known as for my original contributions. Because, you know, I was a kid. I didn't want to be putting my personal information out at age 14, 15, which is when I really started using the handle. It was just a stupid name I made up. The problem is that, you know, like, these days I'm mostly known for the pinball video, although, like I said, I've been known by a bunch of other stuff. And I've had inclinations in the past to retire it, and I ultimately never have. Because... Oh, look, it's building the final GCC compiler, so it is actually making headway. Yay. I don't know. I guess it's just been this recurring thought that's been with me for the last few years. I mean, RMC Retro Man Cave rebranded his channel, and I understand why he did so, and I kind of have been feeling the same way. Because ultimately, it is my handle, it is my online name, but I don't know what it says about the channel, but then again, I also chose a very whimsical name for my business. The YouTube stuff goes into an actual legal business. Why is it building GCC with Clang? I hope that doesn't break. I really hope that doesn't break. I might have to do CC equal GCC hyphen 14. That might be a thing that has to happen. Like, is it still going? Yeah, I guess it's still going, so I guess that was a non-fatal error. Yeah, I mean, it is actually using GCC, so I mean, like... Okay, then. If you enjoyed this content, please like and subscribe. If you really enjoyed this content, the shameless plugs are in the description, or they may not be, because I really put up the stream in like 3 seconds. Usually when I'm going to live stream, I spend about 5 minutes. I usually set it up about an hour before I go live, so I know what I'm going to do. In this case, I keep a dedicated user on the MacBook Pro for live streaming, and so when I shut down each stream, I lock the session. I don't even log out. I go to my main user account, and then when I want to stream, I just switch users. So this was literally still set up from the last stream. I literally had to just push button and go live. Since, when was the last time I rebooted? Because my laptop's been living on the stand the whole time. Yeah, it's been up for 19 days, so my MacBook Pro... Look at those load averages, chat. My MacBook Pro's been busy. But when I got back to Jersey City, my MacBook Pro went on the laptop stand, it got plugged in, and it has not been turned off since. Because it just runs 24/7. I should probably put it into standby mode, but the problem is that I've let builds run overnight one too many times, and then the laptop goes to sleep. So I'm in this really annoyed place where I would like to be good and happy for the environment, but also I have big, powerful air conditioner on in the same room, and, like, It's 60 watts. I mean, all things considered. An incandescent light bulb draws more power than the MacBook Pro. I mean, hell, the Pi really ran for over 24 hours on the USB battery pack. I was shocked. I really want to figure out a good lithium-ion power solution for it, and I know Adafruit has those. So, what's whoa? Did I say something shocking? Like, I know I was just talking about the Pi going for a full day, but did I say something else? I could just run the Pi off the car power. I don't technically have to make it battery powered, although it would let me run the radio completely independent of the car. Because ultimately speaking, a car is not a bad place to put a radio set, because a hamstick on a car is one hell of a ground plane, and it's going to be better than basically anything versus a dipole. It's a quick and easy solution to the problem. And if I have a 2-meter radio link to my, to my bedroom, office, so forth and so on, what I could do is I could go out to the car, connect the radio to a spare car battery. I don't want to run it, or run the Prius. I mean, it is a Prius. It will be okay like that, although you do get ignition noise like that. So that actually installed. So, okay, 25 minutes later, we now have... Okay, we can has compiler. Alright, so now if we take you, and let's open a new terminal. And, okay. So what were we doing? So the way, we now need to go up the rabbit hole. Rust, cargo, cross-compile, Raspberry Pi. Cargo, build, target. Hold on, I need to give it the path. So, oh, it doesn't like the triplex. Hold on. It did actually say something about fixing this. Cargo, TML, cross compiler, because you have to tell it, because it's technically it's unknown. It's not. It actually really... Rust, target, unknown. I didn't know. Hold on. It's right there. ARM. Do I not... Return if environment changes... Is ARM Linux... Let me just add it to the path prop. Oh, you know what? It may be a shell problem because Z shell, which is the default on macOS, has to rehash. You don't have to do that with Bash, but like, or maybe okay. Where's it? Yeah. So I rehash. Well, that is the cross tool one. So if I do a which command. Yeah, okay. It doesn't like the triplets of the compiler. Are you kidding me? Do I really have to make it ARM Linux? You're kidding. I actually think I have to build... I think I have to rebuild the flipping... I had to change the freaking compiler triplex. Oh, are you kidding me? What? Okay, what? It doesn't like the unknown. Oh, that really is... Okay, what exactly does it want? It wants ARM Linux, GNU EU EABI HF. It wants this triplex. It only wants a free part triplex. Oh, all right. Give the people what they want. I think that is the lesson here. Can I just set the target directly? I think I just have to hit omit target vendor because that field is vendor. So I think I just hit yes here. Save. I'm going to move the previous cross tool directory. Actually, it shouldn't matter because it should install into a new folder. So, all right, chat. We got 25 minutes to kill. Yeah, I mean, I mean, the target's right now. I mean, if I'm going to be annoyed if this doesn't fix it, but okay. This is fine. This is fine. I'm going to have some tea. So what the hell do we talk about now? Because I'm just going to have to sit here for the next 25 minutes. This sucks. Like, I really, you know... Hold on, I got blow my nose. the magical world of congestion. Alright. That's better. I don't know. I've been in a weird philosophical place, and I think part of what's been struggling is I'm going through an aspect of life that most people don't like talking about. And I don't know if that's due to inherent shame of dealing with deeply personal issues that our society seems to think are not real problems, or if it's the type of thing that might come and bite me in the ass later. Because let's be honest, I try not to be stupid on the internet. It's a good survival strategy. But conversely, people don't talk about pain except as a physical thing. And when you've traveled a lot and you've experienced some really fascinating things, you understand pain both on an existential and intrinsic level, especially as part of health issues. But the fundamental idea that something is wrong in your life and you cannot define it, that is ultimately what I experienced for most of my life. I eventually found my answer. It was not a straightforward or easy path. For me personally, it literally took me to the ends of the world. It isn't necessary to actually do that, but perspective really flipping helps. Like, how do you handle the fact that, at least from your perspective, you were forced to accept a lie as the truth? And I mean, I'm not talking about any one specific thing. It's having beliefs that run counter to you as a person and not even being able to articulate them because the line of thought got cut off at some point and you just never could pick it back up. It's difficult. It's something that I'm coming, I've experienced things in this life that are very hard to put into words, and let me put it like this. It's the type of thing that I feel like I should talk about, but I'm also worried it's the type of thing that people would think I'm completely loony. So it's not something I kind of just want to like talk out my ass on YouTube about. It's part of why I actually want to write a book. But to do what I experienced justice, you need to know the entire backstory. And the backstory runs through literally 7 states. So multiple people in my life have told me I should write my life story. And realistically, no one's going to write my life story for me. You'd have to know where to look to even begin. So, it's something I want to do before I hit 40, so I've got 4 years to do it. I've already actually started with it. It's right now, it's just a collection of loose writings, and I just bang out some bits and pieces when I'm in the right mood to. But those bits and pieces are already about 7,000 words, and a novel is 50. I think when National Novel Writing Month comes around, that's not the story that I'm ready to tell yet, because I don't know how to tell a story in text. Figuring out how to do it on YouTube, I mean, let's be honest, most people on YouTube watch me for computer. I think in my case, there was no. It was the fact that I'm an only child, so there was absolutely no context for a lot. When you live in an information vacuum, it is sometimes impossible to comprehend other things. This isn't necessarily because of uh, I don't understand what it's like to have siblings. Like, I know what it's like. I've heard descriptions of what a brother and sister is like. I I don't have someone like that in my life. Ultimately speaking, I'm effectively the end of my line. Um and I don't really have any family. I I'm speaking somewhat metaphorically on that one. My family, my biological family is still on planet Earth. Um Although they are getting up there in ages, but I've actually recently reconnected. I put this out as a Patreon post. I hesitated putting this on YouTube, but I think it's something I probably should I should get off my soul. You know, it's reconnecting with a relative after 20 years of almost dead silence has not been fun. And you know, it's being exactly what you expected it to be, and I can't decide if that's better or worse. But I mean, it's hard to also condemn someone who could not fend for themselves in some regards. And on top of that, it's not my story to tell here, but the circumstances of their life, it's enough that I'm ultimately I have to hate what happened, but I can to some extent ignore it as best I can, or I'm trying to anyway. But the fact of the matter is, I have to come to terms with some very with things that I thought I had already dealt with 20 years ago. A lot of people ask if it's a reference to Norn Commander, and maybe on a subconscious level, it could have been. Like, I remember Norn utilities, I had them, so maybe but realistically, um, it was originally um it comes from a conversation with a friend, because when I was like 14, I was into video game forums, and when I started getting into Linux and free software development when I was in high school, I just picked a new handle. I always liked the term commander. I always thought it was better than captain, and let's be honest, Commander Riker be my homeboy. So, and then the it really is just a random N, which these days stands for nothing. Um, as in nothing. Like, it never had a meeting, and it, but I now tell you, it just N is for nothing. That and like that's the second reason I've considered changing it, because the idea of Symantec throwing a brick at me for trademark infringement hurts. Um, Although realistically speaking, I don't even know if they would have a legal case against me. Like, I am not pretending to be a suite of computer products. I mean, look right there. I mean, N curses is right there. So if you want to know what mysterious ends, mysterious ends exist everywhere in computing. I probably should write. I think I will write the full story of my handle down when I write my book. Like, I never intended it to be a mystery, although some people have treated it as such. So, and mostly just to prevent people from making stuff up about it. That's actually one of my fear is not the right word here, because let's be honest, no matter who you are or how you present yourself on the internet, if someone wants to make an enemy of you, they will find something about you to attack, even if it's the color of your suit. Let's be honest, how many weeks did they talk about that tan suit? And if you know what I'm talking about, congratulations. Yeah, I don't think there's any sort of actual fear there. I mean, let's be honest, in the actual case that they send me some sort of legal notice, I would just change the channel name and be the I would be the host formerly known as N Commander. Oh god, I would actually do that joke. I hate that. Norn got eaten by Symantec. I don't remember if Symantec spat them back out. Like, who owns Norn Antivirus these days? It is now owned by Gen Digital. It's a... It's the part of Symantec they spat out that did information management. I think it's part of the. I think it's basically the part they spat out when the certificate bad shit happened. Out of curiosity, when was Norn Commander actually killed as a product? Like, I remember Norn Utilities. I remember Norn Antivirus, but Commander was a little bit before my time. It was released 1986. But by the time I started using computers, Windows 3.1 was common, and we didn't have a copy of it in my family. I knew it existed because I remember hearing it. And I've tried MC, or Midnight Commander, which is a Linux clone of it. But I've never actually used it extensively. It is fairly nice. I do have it on the compact portable. It is actually quite nice on older versions of DAWs that don't have DAW shell. Yes, I mean, look, I like DAW shell. I like having the text unit interface. I know a lot of people don't. Yeah. So. Yeah, I mean, like, look, at this point, it's all become a giant concoction of everything. It's like, whatever. Um, I had a literal bug on my microphone stand. I don't know. I'm kind of running out of conversation for tonight. It's one of the things I wanted to do is I want to live stream much more frequently, and I'm really hoping I can figure out how to get a good live streaming set up in the new place. Um, the last few days this week have been really up and down. I had a really bad day out, and uh like, the term recluse is not a good way to describe me, but I've been having some serious problems with the concept of outside. AI. I gotta be honest. I don't like my problem with AI is twofold. First, I find it concerning that we are possibly looking at machine replacing humans on a cognitive level. I mean, let's be honest. It's a continuation of a process that's been going on since the creation of the first bits of automation. Luddites exist. The Luddite movement began as resistance to automation, and technology, in a lot of ways, makes our lives better, but not always. I mean, let's be honest. The digital era has allowed for. I'm not convinced that social media is a good thing for humanity. I think that's really what it comes down to. Um, Conversely, I always get a little bit heebie-jeebie when I hear about governments restraining free speech. Like the idea of of no anonymity concerns me as a human being, but you go on Reddit these days, and I really wonder how many of those are humans and how many of those are bots. Because we've also been seeing, I mean, let's be honest. How long is it going to become before the platform is all AI generated content for the mass media? You could give it another 10 years, and you could literally replace Mr. Beast with AI generated content. And I'm not convinced that 99% of people wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Because ultimately, something like a Mr. Beast video, and apparently we could just keep coming back to this topic because he's been in the news recently, but imagine an AI that is completely photorealistic, that can actually draw humans without the uncanny valley, which is realistically where we're going with the technology. Imagine if a Mr. Beast video literally becomes a human typing in a single prompt, and then at some point the prompt just gets generated by other AI down the line. I don't like where this future is going. Well, I am willing to live stream with a direct RMTP feed. Like, if therapy, I don't know how much I have a viewership in Russia. Honestly, I really regret not going to Russia when I had the opportunity. Unfortunately, it's kind of obnoxious to get a visa, but I did have someone from Russia that could have potentially gone with me, and I don't really mind independent travel. I've gone to Mongolia by myself. It's just the visa was challenging, and I've heard enough horror stories about Americans, especially in Moscow, that I was a little bit cagey about doing it, and so I never actually got around to it when I was still actively traveling at my height. And let's just say the current political climate, I wouldn't. I hate to say it. No, I wouldn't go to Russia right now. No, I'm not. I'm not even sure I would do it under. I mean, I spent a fair bit of time in China, so in a lot of ways, you're talking about a one-party autocrat system. Um, but I don't think I would do it even if there was not currently war, it's not the type of trip I think I would do independently. I would probably do a tour for that one, which I don't generally enjoy, but I don't know if I'd feel safe being solo. I worked in China. I was assigned as liaison. It we were for obvious reasons I can't go into details, but basically there are times where you need an engineer on that side of the world to deal with problems as they crop up. That was me. I was sent to Shanghai on very short notice and lived and worked in an industrial complex in China for about a month. The job sucked, but I appreciate the experience because I got to see what life is like on the other side. Like, I don't speak Chinese, so obviously it's incomplete. But to actually have the experience of knowing what life in China is like, even as a foreigner, I consider myself have being very fortunate to have had that experience. No, I know Mongolia is not Russia. Let me rephrase that. Uh, as far as English would be mostly, as far as help would be, because to get to Russia as an American, you need a visa, and the visa process is arduous to say the least. So if I actually got into serious trouble in Russia, which realistically probably would not happen, but this is when you do independent travel, you have to think about this. There's a very good chance that if someone had to come get me, they may not be able to get a visa, so I may be stuck there for an extended period. And at the time, I didn't have friends in Russia or locally, so yeah. And then there's the current war going on, which is like, nope, not doing that right now. I mean, we're still waiting for GCC to build. You know, I just realized why I have so many Russian viewers. It's probably midday. You know, just out of curiosity, what time is it in Moscow? It's 6:38 in so it's middle of the day currently in Vladivostok, and it's the sun's just coming up in Moscow. And I just accidentally brought my studio up on in YouTube, but whatever. Zero channel dashboard. Yep. Yeah, you pop over here. Let's keep this over here. The problem is that I try and pin it to a window and then it just doesn't work. So, whatever. I was looking at my analytics earlier. The channel's actually, the YouTube algorithm blessed me. It gave me like 100,000 views across all my videos. Like, not just one video, but like in total, like 100,000, 200. So I got a whole ton of ad revenue all at once. It was really quite nice. But I don't get a whole lot of money from YouTube. Generally, my Patreon money outpaces the YouTube money by quite a bit. Although, YouTube really, like, I think if I keep making I think live streaming does help with the algorithm. I hope. And I'm hoping I'm going to be able to get more video content now that a lot of the problems that have been plaguing my personal life have stopped. So, there's that. Alright, so that's built. So, let's close... So, let's open new window. Well, chat, that looks like progress. Yeah. Well, unfortunately, right now, I'm not doing much of any travel as things go. As things go. Well, that's a fascinating build failure. What broke? Wow, that is a... Linking with CC failed. So, okay, I think there's something about how you actually make this work. Linking with CC failed. Like, that is a command line. Oh, well, I just realized there's a way easier way to do this. Oh, wow, I just learned that there's a way easier way to do this. I didn't have to build a cross-compiler. It's called Cross. Hold on. Do I have Docker? I do have Docker. So apparently Cross basically just makes this all work through Docker. Does this possibly actually work on macOS? Like, am I that lucky? Like, I'm going to be really annoyed if that's all I have to do. Okay, so image, pre-build. Okay, so it does actually have... okay, so there is actually a fair bit of settings here. So I do need to add... So it would be cross. So it's basically instead of cargo, I just use cross. And it'll just fire up Docker and make it work. And if that works, I'm going to be a little bit kind of annoyed. Oh, I probably have to run Docker, don't I? Docker Desktop is free for small businesses, less than 250 employees, and less than 10 million revenue. Personal use, educational. Yeah, well, it's one person. I'm good. Use recommended settings. You want to run it out. You want to set up things. Okay. Docker engine is starting. Alright, let's try that again. Hey, look! It's Docker. Oh, that's scary. Did it really... Is it really running Docker through Rosetta? Did I... Please tell me it's not running Docker through Rosetta. Like, it can't be this stupid. It might be that stupid. Hold on. Is it? Please tell me this is a universal app. No, it is. Okay, it is an Apple Silicon app. I mean, screw it. If this actually works, I'll take it. I might have to do a little bit more fiddling, but okay. Okay. Annoyed you would be cross. Oh god, that is painful. That is a legitimately painful pawn. Well, I mean, it's going. It's probably running an emulator. Oh god, it's running. It's emulating x86, emulating ARM. This is. The glacier has left the building, chat. That is what has happened here. It's literally an x86 Docker image that is running through Rosetta 2 that is emulating a 32-bit ARM system. I want you... It is literally a turducken of compiling. Alright, I'm back. Alright, so that was actually somewhat expected because it talked about in the cross config that you have to add like a little section for this. So I think what all I gotta do is I gotta go cargo tumul, and I just need to change this to that. That goes away. Because we need libssl dev. That's currently what it's blowing up with. So let's try it. Let's try that again. Okay, so it's gonna probably build a new. Why didn't it like that in the config? Found conflicting, Oh, apparently you need a top level, that's a great thing to have in your apparently you need this as a top level thing, and then once that magic rune is in place, nope, that's not it. Config snippet would look like this, pre-build. Okay, you know, it says that I can put it in a cross file, so you know what, let's do cross.tml, like that. Cargo TML, we grab that, and that go away. All right, so it didn't complain about that, but it didn't actually do anything. So I don't think it did anything. I'm assuming I need to nuke that Docker that container. Yeah, I've got this image. Okay, so you go in trash, so you build a new image. Hopefully that works. Yeah, unable to find image. So it's going to now build a new image. And then hopefully it runs the pre-build step. I probably had to run the clean command, actually, now that I think about how this would probably work. So it's downloading new image. I see it in the Docker panel on the other screen. And dies with backtrace. This is fun. Oh, wait. I see the problem. Wrong target. Okay. Configuration in a cross dot. Okay, so hold on. Target. Okay, so no, the top level artifact needs to be build like that, which sets global variable. Hey, there we go. Look, it's built. It's doing the thing. Okay, there we go. Well, now what? It's actually ARM HF, because... Hold on, let me see here. Let me look at their example just to see how they do it. Because I don't plan on cross-compiling this for anything else. That's not what I needed. Okay, yeah, that comes up over there. I don't need that. Chat, just bear with me for a moment. I'm just going to black out the stream for a second. I just want to... You know, I got a lot of windows open, and I just want to make sure there's nothing here I actually care about. Because I am live streaming, like, my desktop directly, so I'm just going to black this out. I've technically put it on the Pi, so maybe if the Pi, like, recovers... Let's see here. Jagex account, YouTube... what do I have on my other screen? Nothing I care about. Okay. Yeah, no, I actually didn't have anything open. Wow, that's a lot of people that are just, like, suddenly showing up. Alright, let's put that back on. Alright, so why doesn't this actually care? Cross Debian Arch. Build standard. Build Docker file. Build zconfig. Pre-build. Blah, 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 blah. So why didn't it work? So it did evaluate to ARM HF because I can see it downloading the packages. Package ARM libssl/deb ARMHF is not available, but is referred to by another package. May mean that package is missing, obsoleted, has no installation candidate. The following packages exist to complete it. I mean, it seems like it's the right thing to do because it's basically what's in their documentation. You know what was the other... Hold on. You know what? We were building OpenSSL from source before just to solve this problem. What is it actually choking on? Like, is it SQLite it was blowing up on? Yeah, it can't deal with the sys package. The system library OpenSSL is needed by the crate, but we could just tell it to build? I mean, we kind of did. Oh, I see. It's getting pulled in elsewhere. OpenSSL sys. I think if I move this higher in the cargo.toml, I think it... Because I do believe ordering matters for certain things. Vendored SSL crate. Has a section on... Okay, so there's an entire section on the wiki. See OpenSSL search for a working project. I mean, that's a working project, alright, but that doesn't actually help me. It says to use a vendored one, but then it fails over with a custom command. Lock API. So what did it fundamentally... Main thread panicked. It's vendor cargo, compiler, Perl, and make. Trying to track the OpenSSL are not considered breaking changes. I'm currently reading through like what the vendor crate actually involves. Like this feels way. Like, I look at the cross. This worked. Assume yes. And then you go kablooey. You know it because it's not... it would be libssl dev... libssl... what's the blast path? I have to look it up on Ubuntu. It's... T64? Like, what the hell? What the hell is that versioning scheme? Like... I assume libssal will actually get it. I assume that there's a provides. Although maybe there isn't actually. Because that looked like it was running on Focal. Which probably isn't happy. Because that's jammy. It might be libssl1. Yeah, if it's Focal, it would be libssl1. Can I go that far back in the terminal, even? Yeah, see, that is Focal. That's a really old version. Still up to date, though. Alright, yeah, I'm not going to let good be the, I'm not going to let this be, like... So it would be SSL 1.1 cross-arch like that. I really hope that works. Question mark? Hold on, there's an additional thing that goes away if we do it like that. So then the vendored field goes bye-bye. I probably have to... Hold on, see here. There is Rust TLS. There's probably an easy way to switch. Like I said, I don't really care that much. I'm not using SSL in this. I just need it to, like, work. Wait, is what architecture is this? Yeah, so no, you are an AMD 64 architecture. You update. You do update from ports. You install the dev package. Why you no worky? I think architecture add. I mean, that syntax was obsolete. I know there was an effort to replace it. What is the new way you add architectures in Ubuntu for multi-lib? It's like this has never been tested with ARM, which I have that horrible feeling is actually the case. I'm definitely looking at it right now, just seeing, like, I see a bunch of other people that have had this issue in the last 3 years and no actual solution. So that's effing wonderful. This is fine. Alright, let me look at the cross file and let me see if I can find a less stupid solution to this. So that's clangs and software conventions, SEO toolkit, blah, 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 blah. Build this image and use it as described extensively. I could use a CentOS image, but again, it'd be an x86 building ARM, which doesn't feel like a happy. I might just have to cross-compile it myself. Like, I am actually starting to feel pain because of this, so let me see what I can actually do here. Let's try not using cross. Let's go back to using cargo. At this point, I just want a flipping success. So cargo build, target, and yeah, you die here. So you are looking for OpenSSL 0.19. If I vendor you, what happens? You blow up due to a linker error, I think. Okay, so apparently I have to put a custom link. So apparently there is a cargo config, and then I can put target. All right, so let's try that. So that's all compiling. Oh, that actually compiled. That actually compiled. Where did that come out? That came out. Not quite there. Target. Yeah, that actually worked. If I want to build a release, what is it with cargo? If I want to cargo build release, because it's going to be running on a Pi. Build dash dash release. Okay, so that's going to build everything in release mode. I am starting to get tired, so I want to get as much done as I can. Oh, you know what? That makes complete sense. Let's see here. God, I noticed that I heard a lot of people like basically sub all at once. I didn't even look at the feed and see what actually happened. Maybe it was just a bunch of sounds. Okay. Playing at once. All right, so that is actually building. Yay. Like that is actual progress. Um So okay, that did actually. So that did build a binary. So let me go to target APRS release APRS logger. So all right. So let me start screen. So we have APRS logger T APRS. Okay, that actually does look like it's working. Oh, but I have this version. This version outputs to std error. Is there an easy way in Rust to make it write the... Let's see here. Honestly, I probably should run this as a Docker service now that I think about it. Because that makes this very easy to deploy. Do I actually care enough? I gotta make a code change, though. Like, I need to... Did I actually remove it, or did I just comment it out? I think I actually removed it. I want it to output to std output, not std error. Actually, hold on. Std error. There's got to be a good way to do it. Well, I don't want the colors, though, if I do it that way. I don't know if using std logger was the right way to actually use it. Alright, so how do I get it to do the std out? I remember there is a way to make it do that. Disabling colors, tweaking default format, using custom format, re-exports. Come on. I think, implementations builder, set information, configuration style. Because builder, damn it, I did actually have it in here. Maybe I did have it committed. Like, if I go diff head 1. Okay, I did have it in there. Environmental start, app start. Presumably I just commented it out. I really hope I just commented it out. No, target stid out. Okay, so it is going to the right place. So if I just... Because we're running it in... We're running in screen, so if I do APRS logger TNC TCP kiss 127.0.801 T APRS packet.log T-A. And then it dies right there at the beginning. Why is that dying? TCP kiss 8001. 165. Oh, yeah, that would be a problem. Yeah, this needs a copy of the source directory. Shit. Okay. I didn't actually consider that problem because it's not running under cargo. This is an error path I haven't actually previously hit. Uh, the easy solution. I have actually do have the source code on the Pi, so I think all I gotta do. I'm gonna have to rethink this. This is gonna need some. So let me just grab that and we'll rerun the previous command. Is it doing anything? Is Direwolf not running? No, Direwolf is running. I have this horrible feeling I'm not going to be able to cross-compile this. Alright, you know what? The easy solution here is we're going... Alright, that code is going to have to be completely rethought. But I'm not actually using the database as of right now. So I can take the entire mitigation migration code. And we basically nuke everything up to here. And then that becomes a really unhappy... Yeah, it just becomes unhappy. I don't care about the warnings right now, so... Let's go... Let's detach... Build release. Copy. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, I just saw the red light on my radio go on, which tells me it did a thing. But I'm not seeing any actual output from it. Okay, so I'm not getting any actual log messages, which doesn't seem to make sense. Yeah, I see the transmit light actually going on because that's the beacon being broadcast. So what is going on here? From default environment, target stood out. The default environmental variables. Oh, hold on. It needs to be rust log debug. There we go. And that is decodes. That is actually decoding stuff. Okay, that is actual, like, that is literal actual progress. This is me having fixed a bunch of code. I do want to make a few more adjustments before we're actually done with this. Because I am going to run this for a while. I do want to get rid of that, like, okay. I do have a marker if it's failed, so I can easily grep it in the logs. But I think this looks a little nicer. And it shouldn't actually change the decode. I'm going to have to do a bunch more work on that and, like, go through all the various stuff. But that is us running on the Pi. Alright, so let me build it, copy it. Actually, let me also... Once we have it running, I'm going to also tag it. Because this is going to be the next version of it. Okay, that is now running. And if I check on APRS FI... I do need to actually change the message, because that is actually a hard-coded message. Because it's not on a Raspberry Pi, it's, hold on. I'm going to have to de-hardcode that. Okay, let me compile that. And then we copy it. Okay, so now we have that. Let me get a start command going. Alright, you know what? This is fine. This is fine for now. I need to fix the startup screen. Oops. Okay, that is actually working. That was a lot of work to get that to work. So let me add a new milestone to this, because I've been keeping track of what I've actually been doing. 0815 running on Raspberry Pi with cleaned up logging 0.3. I probably should put this in a changes file, but right now and that's no longer a to-do. So that's the next milestone I've actually reached on this. It's technically good enough for what I want to do going forward, but I'm still going to have more work I need to do on this. I really want it working in a database, and I want to parse in all the records I do have. So I think the next thing I have to do past this is I need to get the real-time clock module working. So let me open a new terminal. So what do I have set for time right now? Do I really not have anything for keeping time? I might not. So let me shut the Pi down because I do actually want to do the, I want to put the RTC on it. So that's going to turn the Pi off. I'm going to unplug it, and then I'm going to stick the RTC on it. I got to find my screwdriver. There's the bit for the case. Alright, so here's my Pi. Way smaller bit. I'm sorry I don't have a camera for this, chat. Get the Pi out. Alright, hold on. I think I gotta take the screws out entirely. Which I was hoping not to do. You're probably not going to be able to hear me very well right now. Okay, yeah, so these are not unscrewed all the way. I've got the Pi out of its case. Let me plug in the RTC. Let me look online just to make sure I have the pinout correct. I'll plug the RTC into the Pi and then I'll put it back together. RaspberryPi header 3. Because the later Pis have the later Pis apparently have a built-in RTC. Yeah, so it has to go on the bottom set of pins. So let me grab it here. And then which way? I'm presuming it goes this way. I mean, because that would only make sense. Okay. So it goes in the bottom row. Alright, so if the USB is here, it goes like this. And that looks like that's going to sit just fine inside the case. Yeah, that actually looks like it's going to be perfect. All right, so let me partially put the case back together just to make sure it fits. case goes. This case fits a little bit weirdly. Okay, so yeah, okay, so that piece goes like that, and that goes like that. Oh, you know what? It helps if I have the bottom piece facing the right way. That would really go a long way at reassembling the case. So yeah, that pops back in like... I mostly just want to make sure it's going to fit, because if it doesn't fit, I've got a new problem. So micro SD goes there. I know this is really riveting content, chat. Why doesn't this bottom piece want to go back in? That. Chat, I'm literally trying to like reassemble a 3-piece Jenga. You know what? I gotta just unplug everything and I gotta put it back together on my desk. I should just have done that to begin with. Piece 2, piece 3, and my screwdriver. Where's the top shell? Here's the top shell. I also just somehow changed the settings on my radio, so I also have to figure out why it's no longer making noise. Oh no, apparently I changed it back, because I now hear it making noise again. God, this case... Yeah, okay, that does fit. I just have to figure out how this case goes back together. It's a very cheap plastic one. I don't even think it's an Adafruit. I think it's a knockoff. Yeah, okay, there we go. That's why it wasn't sitting properly. I didn't have all the cutouts lined up properly. So then that piece... That piece goes like that. And that piece goes like that. Okay, I have it assembled. I'm just going to put one screw back in. Actually, no, I probably should put all the screws back in because I am feeling weirdly confident. It's probably a really bad idea. I put one, you know what? I put one screw back in just so I know the case fits. All right. So Ethernet cable, USB cable. There should be another USB cable. Okay, there's that USB cable. And then I just need the power plug, which is not that. What did I do with the power jack? So many cables. I gotta find the power plug, chat. Give me a moment. It's lost in a sea of cables. There it is. Okay, I have the Pi. I have the Pi plugged back in. So once it boots up, let's see how many people are still on my stream. 20 viewers, it's fine. All right, wait for it to come back up. Hopefully it comes back up. Hey, there we go. Alright, so now, if we do date, it did get a time and date. I'm assuming it got that because of the internet. So, add RTC Raspberry Pi free. So now we need to, so here's how you wire the RTC. Sorry, I'm currently reading, learn Adafruit, get connected, but do not make described changes. Connect signal, test it on the Pi. Alright, so let's verify the wiring. So we need to install I2C tools. Apparently we already have it. So if we do sudo I2C detect Y1, okay, so I have to enable it in Raspbian config. So that would be interface options, I2C, and I would like to enable it. Alright, so I think I have to reboot after that, but let me try. Oh, no, there it is. Okay, and it detects it. Device 68. So, alright, that works. Okay, so right now the Pi's, what version of Debian do we actually have on here? We have Bullseye. I believe 12 is the most recent one. So if I do sudo hardware clock R, cannot read by any method. Alright, so what's the magic command to make it talk? So you have to add a config for the actual chip it is. So my RTC, I bought some very tiny ones. Like, it has a soldered coin battery, which I kind of regret getting, but I also want to make sure it was going to fit. Let me see. Which ones did I actually buy? Yeah, okay. I think this is the DS... I think this is a DS3231. 3231, so it's a DT overlay that I need to add to boot config. Alright, so that's boot config. What do I actually have to add to this? Alright, so DT overlay. Oh, that's actually interesting. I didn't know you could add infrared to a Pi like that. I would actually love to do some IRDA networking. That might be something I really would love to do at some point. I didn't realize you could add that to a Pi. I mean, it makes perfect sense, but, so, with that added, I'm assuming it's in there. It would be I2C, R2C, and then there would be a DS. Alright, let's just reboot it. Alright, let's wait for that to come back. Okay. Yeah, I will be making sure of that. Okay, cool. That is rebooted. Alright, so the next thing I've got to do is supposedly I can read the hardware clock like this. Okay, look, and that actually returns something. So now it's telling me that the hardware clock is there and is not being set. Am I currently being... Yes, I am currently getting a time and date like that. So... So apparently all I gotta do is sudo hardware clock W to write the time to it. And yeah, okay, that time is coming back. So if I want to, let's do another test thing. So apparently if I do sudo system control disable systemd time synced d service, that will disable it, the time sync from network. So when it... Oh, it may not boot up. That may have been a bad idea. You don't know. It should be okay. It should actually be okay. If not, I can plug it over here on my desk and get on it. Okay, so it did still get it from the network, which I figured... Yeah, I mean, let's be honest, it probably would do that. Unless it actually set it from... I believe dmessage does say what time it boots up on if it has a clock. I probably shouldn't have set the clock now that I think about it. Hey, look, no, look there. Setting system clock to. So it did actually set the system clock. So if I set the system clock to date, uh, it doesn't actually let you set the clock back that far. So hardware clock read. Okay, so I set the hardware clock to 2001. What does it actually end up as? I may have broken it. Oh, no, there it is. Yeah, check that out. It actually is now reading and writing it from whatever it's seeing from the hardware clock. That is exactly what I want to do. So apparently there's this fake hardware clock. Okay, so sudo apt-get remove the fake hardware clock. Because now we have a real one. I always find it cool doing stuff with I2C. I really feel like I should do more with it. Sudo system control enable. I need to enable the time sync just because I need it. I wanted to time sync when it has access to the internet. Alright, so you should time sync in a moment. I think. Oh, maybe I have to start it. Okay, so sudo hardware clock write sudo hardware clock. Okay, so that's the hardware clock set and programmed. That is actually happy joy joy sauce. See, what I actually do is I have a 3G modem, well, a 4G modem, that I was going to put a dedicated data line on it that was going to sit with the Pi, so the Pi would have a dedicated internet connection. So now the Pi has a consistent, always working APRS thing. So I think the next thing I actually want to do, I wanted to run the APRS logger basically automatically every time. So auto start direwolf, APRS logger desktop, and then we just go here. And you know what? So how am I doing this with direwolf currently? I'm assuming I've got. Yeah, I'm basically just using full-length paths. You know, I should also make that append stuff. So run direwolf yatsu -a. I kind of hate how much all this is hard coded. It's gonna really suck when I move it over to a different account, which I really want to do, but I'm not gonna let perfect be the enemy of good. So the APRS logger script, it's just gonna launch a terminal, APRS logger start.sh. Okay, so what this needs to just do, you know what, this just needs to do home mcastival APRS logger. Like that. So if I just do sudo reboot. So is that currently working right now or no? Like, where is start.sh logging to? I gotta pull up VNC. I gotta see what happened on the Pi console. I'm actually starting to get very tired, chat. I've actually been going for almost 5 hours, so yeah. As soon as I get this done, I'm gonna wrap it up. No, it is actually logging on the console. Yeah, there it is. Look. Okay, it just hadn't fully finished starting up. That is actually working exactly the way I wanted it to. The Pi now has an RTC. And is now logging packets. I'm going to let this run for a while. Like, I think I'm just going to sit here for the next 20 minutes, just keeping an eye on it. And then I'll probably end the stream for the night. I still have to do a lot more cleanup work with all of this, especially with how the startup scripts all interact. I don't know. I guess I kind of want it all running on X, because then I can VNC into it and look at a glance of how it actually looks. Conversely, though, I kind of want it to load up in a given order, but yeah, wow, that sucked. Let me get this all into Git. Like, let me git commit and git tag it. APRS. Wow, that made a huge mess in this folder. All right, that is absolutely basically doing exactly what I want to do. Let me let it get to its first station statistics, and which is at the 30-minute mark. Because I still have a bunch of code I really need to write for this. I have to get the GPS interface working, which is going to suck, but this has actually been this is a fairly major hurdle, because I can realistically work with this as is. The GPS code is really the only thing I need to do next. The problem is that I don't know if my GPS, like, I don't know the best way to make GPSD do anything useful. And I don't know where to mount it in such a way to get it working. I wonder if I should invest in a solar charger of some sort. Because, a solar charger running on a Pi could probably work damn near indefinitely. But that being said, this is the car setup. I'm definitely going to build a more quote unquote permanent base. This may not be the radio that lives full time in my car, but at least that's where I kind of want it until I have a better use for it. Yeah, I think this is the point where I wrap it up. So, this is your host, N Commander, signing out. Wishing you all a pleasant day because I am dead tired. So, I will talk to you all tomorrow. That was a lot of stuff getting done.